I guess I'm live. Not super clear. And now I have to make my window smaller again. Can't use my whole. The things I do for viewers that don't exist. Yes, the existing script does use that. Blah 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 blah. I made 2 changes. I guess it's talking about the -f here. It changed this project, Audacity. After running generator clean and project specific extra clean targets, it now removes everything remaining inside the top level build directory. Yeah, that's what I want in the end. Yeah, I mean, I might as well do RM minus RF star then from the beginning. Okay, let's look at the diff. That's not a lot. This here, this is new. I don't know why we would need that. And I really don't want to see that I have 0 viewers, because then I just stop streaming again. The reason I'm streaming again is because I just saw a comment. Someone was begging me for the past month to come back, so I thought, well, okay, I'll stream. Do this, and then we do top till I find that window. Yes, and then we make that layer top. Okay, let's do it. Everything works. Now I have a build directory with a lot of stuff in it, including tests, for example. And then if I do make maintain clean, then we get this. I think it said that it was already included, which I thought it wasn't. Included as in include project. I'll actually have that. It's running it as like this. Oh, yeah, never mind. I should add it to my. I mean, you have to use CMake, of course. I gave the AI another thingy. It is Agent Assistant Planning, AAP, and then build. It's building it, whatever. But on the host, because this is running in the container, on the host I use make, so which make, and then I just need to add a maintain and clean here, which I already have, but not the correct way. Why is that not working then? Why would this not work? Should have a target which is runnable in the build directory. Okay, let's just dive into what the hell that thing is doing, which... Okay, yeah, I'm an idiot. Oh, I am an idiot. That is totally true. I'm using Ninja while my make script is running make. That won't work. Because you don't really know you run make or Ninja, I guess I should make I should use CMake build indeed. So we're just gonna run this parallel. Not necessary, I think. Config, probably not even necessary. I just need to use that instead of make C. I think this is my make. Not. And this is the make. Yes. Let's put the empty. Yeah, I think that's a little bit big. Too big a hammer. But if we go in the build directly is equal to the source directly, that would just delete everything. So no, I don't want to do this. It's already very clean, isn't it? Nobody knows where that came from. So treat it as a configuration file. Yeah, as a maintainer, clean, I think even the depth file should be removed. Oh, that happens in every directory. Seriously? Ridiculous. What would even be in there then? Nothing, exactly. Guess this one is empty too. This one should be empty. This is even empty. No, it's not empty. Subdirects. Ridiculous. You can add t-test everywhere. That's why, I guess. And this one is then the one that really has test. Not really necessary to remove them, maybe. But. Really. How did you do that? Delete? Didn't know that it existed. Delete action also acts like an option since it implies depth. Delete files or directories. Don't forget that find evaluates the command line as an expression, so putting delete first will make find try to delete everything below the starting points you specified. Give an example, man. Use the delete action on the command line automatically returns on the death option. As in, turn death makes prune ineffective. Delete action cannot usually be combined with prune. I think I'm okay here. If we would do print, it would just print these things. I know that, so in this case it deletes it. What else do we have? Utils only had that. Source also include thread save also tests also. That was all everything. Just the big hammer wasn't needed, so basically that's the only thing that was left. Okay, let's try it again. So I'm going to configure, make. Oh. It already failed. Hey, I'm on Ranjan. I forgot your name. Yeah, I started streaming because I saw your comments. I thought, well, why not? Let's turn on the stream again for once. Probably not every day, but yeah. What is the error here? I mean, which one is giving me the error here? That's an error. Minus E find is not allowed, maybe, yeah. I'll be so nice to tell it what the error is. Although I would say it already should understand that. Nah, I'm gonna do this one. Command find. Discord invite. I am not on Discord anymore. You're talking about my old server that I deleted 5 years ago. I had a Discord server for which I was giving people invites, but I deleted my own server a long time ago. Definitely has to do a C test. It's some kind of one of my C tests that does this. Where the hell does that come from? Temporary. Yeah, well, I don't like Discord anymore. I'm kind of forced to be still in Discord because of another project. Well, not a project, Ava. But that's it's, well, private's too much to say, but I'm just with another developer there talking about Ava, which is another AI SALE. We're writing in a SALE for in C++ to replace opencode. Follow the square clauses. Because it's fun, I don't know. Yeah, no, I should not use AI if I were you, indeed. That sometimes it's handy. But in general, I'm still losing time with it. It feels, and I definitely am getting dumber because of it. So it's definitely a bad thing, yeah. On the other hand, you know, if I would have been doing this without AI, I would not have had another option than to Google it. And I think I can see if the answer is correct or not. So this answer is, well, correct. It's just generated by C-test. And then I know what to do, right? You just want to delete it or not. Depends a bit on what's in there, I guess. Last test log. I mean, it doesn't hurt at all to not delete it. It's not really a good reason to make the directory completely empty, but yeah, on the other hand, while we're at it, let's delete it. So remove the whole testing thing. I'm shocked. Shouldn't it have been empty by now? Yes, yes. Okay, well, think with me, man. What the hell happens? I do my make maintainer clean. It executes it. Or does it? It's running find dot. That should be the build directory. Name ctest test file.cmake delete. It's still there. And here's another one. It runs tmake blah blah blah, remove minus F. Okay, that should be minus RF. That's why the testing is still there. But it seems that the find is still not working. No, I do have an error about that. Oh, maybe that's the reason. Of course, this is an int here. So the find did not run. It has explained itself after a while. Yeah, this is a bit stupid, but I'm gonna put this on a separate line then, I think. No, it's empty, yay. Okay, so I guess that is done now. So I have my system here, AAP, ls. Get a working maintainer clean. That's now done, so you can do AAP done. 06.5. And then the new is still working on this one, refactor. So I was working on removing everything pthread. So I do specifically cancel to begin with. That's already done apparently. Cancel caps. I eradicated it. What other pthreads do we still have? Not that many. This is the thread ID, thread specific data. So it has to be addressed separately, I'm afraid. The raw write. Thread specific data, thread specific data, thread specific data, thread specific data, thread specific data. I think the only thing left is thread specific data, except the raw write here. The square clauses in C even, no. Well, you can use C-test. I ported all my old tests from 20 years ago to C-test. Using AI, I have to admit. So I was like, port this test to C-test, and then it does it, and then I review that, which is a lot easier than writing it from scratch, I have to say. You just can't rely on it that it works. So you have to test the test. It's a lot of work still. But yeah, a lot of work is okay. I mean, it's better than you just not having the knowledge at all and not being able to make any progress. So there's a pthread underscore here. I'm not even sure I want this still. Do I need this? Do I still need this here? It feels like I don't need it anymore actually. I ripped out so much from the libcwd. among which memory allocation support. So it's not re-entrant anymore by malloc being called, malloc and free, etc. So for example, it is an OStream based debug library, so everything is written to an OStream, all the debug output. And OStreams use stream buffers which allocate memory. So well, then it could happen that you have to allocate new memory while in the middle of printing debug output. That made things so incredibly complex that over the past 2 decades, because that's how old libcwd is, I realized that it just has no place, memory allocation debugging. It just has no place in a debugging library that primarily is for writing debug output. And then it became so horribly complex that I needed to have debug code for the debug library itself, but I couldn't use libcwd, of course, to debug itself, because, well, that would make it a little bit too complex. It's already too complex. So in order to debug libcwd, I use this kind of stuff. I just write directly to file script 2, unbuffered. Not allocating any memory. So this raw write is not allocating memory, that's for sure. However, now I don't need that anymore. Well, we don't need that it doesn't allocate memory. In fact, there is no recursive call back to libcwd, as far as I can think of, while writing to OStreams. So might as well use it itself, as it were, or certainly I can just write to OStreams. I can just write to standard CR or cout. Doesn't have to be this. And I want to remove all legacy stuff. This is just silly if it is not needed to write to directly. Apart from that, the code now became so much simpler that probably I don't need any debug code at all anymore for the library itself. Might as well rip out everything, and then if ever I would get a problem, then I'll add something back and rewrite that as it were as well. But okay, let's say I think this is the header. There's a define the whole right, among which I think these macros. I mean, this is one macro. It's a fatal debug output. This is an assert. A third with a T for threading. And if it's not fatal, then we just take change the name. What? It's not really fatal, does. Different. Oh, it's even, there's a comment here. The difference between the two is that the letter is not suppressed. And yeah, of course. So it's not really the calling this is in itself is not fatal, as it doesn't terminate, it just prints. But it's only being called when it is fatal. And the other one is more notification and notice level. Let's look at the notice level first then. So grab sources for that. That's used mainly or only in this file. Yeah, maybe I should keep it. At least I can just keep the macros. Maybe rewrite the macros, but this is just, you know, debug output that I want if you configure libcwd itself with debug the library itself. And it's written like an OStream apparently. I'll leave it in. But I will rewrite these macros. Because I don't think that it needs to be written to Baldur's Script 2. That has to be initialized, apparently. Otherwise you can't even do this. IO base initialized. How am I detecting that then? Oh, that's just always true. Okay. Well, that is certainly not the case. So let's remove this then. This is always true. I want to get rid of it. This file can be removed. Which means that anyone trying to include it should no longer try that. Which means that this can just be removed as well. It's just always true. I have a special lock for this. That's a good idea, probably. Which is only included if this is included. Debug threads. Why would I not have that? You only have that if debug T is true. Doesn't make any sense. Should be always true in this case. You always have threading. Whether or not I am debugging the threading code of libcwd itself or not, I don't want this debug output to be garbled. Just add some logging. And then, well, I don't like this. What the hell is that? It is a standard mutex, which now needs to be always there, but well, not always, only when we do the raw write actually, which is probably this without the T. CW debug, yeah. Okay. And this is now a normal log, so why not use a standard what's it called? Log guard. Same thing here. Even if I don't want to debug threads, I still want to see which thread it is. It is weird that it is doing this. What? Dubs? How old is this file? That's pretty reformatted it. Well, pretty. It reformatted it. Okay, I need an equivalent for this. I think I have something like I don't know. Do we not have something in thread safe or include thread safe? I don't think there's an ID there. Details. How is that thing called? I don't know. Bad memory. I'll just ask the AI. That's what the AI is for. Already did all of this. ATL all done. Could also not remember that. Yeah, this standard thread ID. Defined where? Well, I'm gonna guess thread. If it is existing here. Thread, yeah. Threads for thread. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. I can only write a limited amount of types into my whole write fake O-string. It cannot write a standard thread ID. Yeah, I might as well drop this to think. Let's just write to C standard error. So I'm gonna delete this, which means that, yeah, the whole dummy is gone now. No dummy. If you don't have a dummy, then we don't have this. So, which means we don't have the whole raw rewrite anymore. Well, we don't have this. And here, I think. It's not trivial. Actually, it is, but. Why is it do here? Unused. Nobody understands it. Standard C error. Let's just write this. What am I doing wrong here? Now I have two of those on a row. This on the right side and then here again. Huh? Must have done something wrong here, I think. This is to, this must be used, and I just wanted to tell it that I'm not using it, whatever this is returning. A very strange way though. It still writes it. And then we do that. Still a double. I think that already was double. I don't know. Strange. So everywhere we have this, we already have the prefix here, so we don't need that again. Just delete that here. Or not. It links it to a file here. Yeah. Oh, that's with colon after the file. No, it's nonsense. The colon is here, man. Okay, I think this can just be deleted. Yeah, here we have a G. The hell with it. Can we do it like this? I don't think I need a DSD declaration either anymore. Do I? I don't. Lock it and then write directly to that upstream. Don't have this now. What a mess. I totally formatted the wrong file. And then this one. Else and if yeah. Yeah, I want to get rid of all pthread things. And I think that that specific data here is the last thing. Hey John, yeah, you heard. It's not exactly new, but I haven't been streaming a long time. I did stream with this keyboard though, even more than a month ago. Yeah, I have the Kinesis Wave. Very happy with it. Makes more noise though than the previous one. Oh, you like the sound, okay. I thought maybe it was, you know, too noisy compared to the other. Let's just start over with the new AI. Can do the analyst. Yeah, I think Linux. GNU Linux, you have to say, I guess. Arch, to be specific about the distribution. And if you like the colors, then that's custom. The highlighting. Let's say I ask my AI. This project uses a lot, after which it can use being a reference, I guess. I could have seen that here, of course. Yeah, totally reference to a struct of type. Well, let's say constructor with thread specific data of type. Even that is visible here. T is something. Thread specific data structure type. I wrote this 20 years ago, yeah, so don't blame me for using _st for structs. I'm still contemplating changing that as well at some point. I mean, after I finish this whole refactor, maybe I'll just do one more sweep and remove all the _sts and _cts and stuff. This is opencode. And well, it says which agent it is here. GPT 5.5. Unfortunately, it depends on those users. Pthread. API. Can the things that are being done here efficiently be done with portable plus changing? What? Oh, they just moved the repository server, so they don't use GitHub anymore. I never heard of Crush, but archived on GitHub means that they don't use GitHub anymore. So I guess that Crush is then also a Git repository server thing. Probably faster. Lazy thread local storage. The natural replacement is blah 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 becomes a thread local holder object. Not needed. Pthread itself becomes that. Structure. What keywords is the destructor timing. The current code deliberately uses pthread destructor iterators. Reinstalls the pthread key to make libcwd clean up very late. After other pthread key destructors had a chance to run. Portable C++ 20 has no exact equivalent for that. Thread local destructors run at thread exits. But the standard does not provide a run after all other thread local storage, I guess. Pthread destructor semantics. It is especially not relative to native pthread key destructors. I'm not sure anymore, obviously, because I wrote this literally, well, 26 years ago, I think. Why would I have that delay? I mean, it's almost certainly that the delay is so that I can keep printing debug output. But I guess this is the only keyword that we have. Let's look for that. Cleanup routine. I don't see any delay here, except when this would be false all the time. But if it is false, then we're not adding this back anyway, so yeah, I'm using NeoVim. I only have my syntax highlighting stuff on GitHub somewhere. I'm sure you could find that. Now you know that it is on GitHub, but or not. Contact syntax. Also not. Sure, it doesn't work if you can't remember what it is called. Wait a minute. Two colors is definitely part of it. There it is. It seems to be not the correct term. Two color. Should call it differently. Got the URL, pasted it. That describes how to get this color stuff with a new NVim. Yeah, I don't think I have my NeoVim stuff public. Where is it? That it would be under .share .config .nvim. Most of this stuff is blended out by the looks of it. I totally not agree with this. I have a better one now, much better one. Maybe should I don't know. I'm no longer using this actually. That would be to format it from inside the editor. Yeah. But years and years on a row I forgot how to start that thing. Even from here I can't see that. CF? Leader CF, whatever leader is. And then it formats it wrong because then it will use this, I suppose. Toggle header source, which doesn't work here because it assumes that the header and the source code is in the same directory. Something, yeah, Copilot. I should remove that. Nobody wants to use Copilot. Editor not found. Cope. I literally see it here. Oh, because it's a Copilot, not Go-Pilot. Okay. Copy, there's another one. Copilot. I never want to load Copilot anymore. I haven't used it in so long, and it keeps printing that Copilot is off. Okay, let's do the status line. Should not do that anymore. Hopefully that works. Because I always use the bleeding edge. I might be old, but if it isn't from 2026, and I don't want to use it. NeoVim is like literally the replacement of Vim. So yeah, no, I'm gonna use that. Well, the reason I made NeoVim is because it allows itself to be used in plugins. So it's way easier to, let's say, have some kind of IDE and then just say, to hell with the editor that they have. Let's use NeoVim as a plugin in that IDE. And I have always, every time I tried an IDE, I was screaming run away and deleted it because they didn't have support for VI like editors. So when I read that NeoVim was to make that easier to do or possible at all, I was like, yay, support. For the rest, there is no difference, yeah, because I'm not doing it or using it. Might as well use the old one. But this one is actively supported, so yeah, why would I keep using the old Vim when that maybe will die at some point? I don't know if they have two different maintainers or not. To be honest, I don't like the maintainer of Vim. I mean VI and Vim. I can't tell you why, because it's really stupid reason, but Bram Molenaar. Ja. It had something to do with the splash screen that he used. That's all I will say. Got a bit tired of that at some point. This is so unclear. I'm gonna ask the AI. Oh, there is a return here. If not Velgen, return. No need to ask anymore. Yeah. Yeah. The stupidity of the AI, it's beyond unbelievable. I have like a whole page describing how this topic list works, and it manages to add a point which it immediately answers. So what is the point of adding this? I think it adds it for the first time. Like here there is nothing, no, it's just all done. And then here it adds it and then immediately also terminates it with it's answered. But the worst part is that it leaves point 1 alive. That's just an IQ of 10. There is no intelligence here whatsoever. I can't pester it either because it says answered, so it's still true. It's all done because this one is done as well. You have to spell out everything. So I'm going to have to edit the agent prompt and then say that if this is the only line and you add something, then delete this line. And if the list is empty, or don't add a point to the topic list if that point has already been answered or handled or whatever. Only add a new point when it's still open and still something has to be done. Why is it so stupid that it doesn't understand that itself? God. If you have to spell out things like that, and then everything, really everything must be spelled out, then there is not really a difference with the old way of coding. A program can only do what the programmer programmed in it. Every step has to be programmed by the programmer. This is the same thing. It can't think for itself. It has no intelligence whatsoever. So you have to spell out everything. That's exactly the same as programming. And here also that important. If the pass function ATL list was not run yet during the current chat session, then immediately run it to bootstrap the topic list. Guess what I did? I run it. I ask a question and the first thing it does is run it again. There is no IQ here. This is like ChatGPT of GPT-2 or something, 2.x intelligence. I should indeed just quit using this shit. Barf. Yeah, it's easier not to use it. Well, yes and no, because my memory is getting worse, and I have designed this system with lists to support myself with extended plans. I can have a whole tree of topics now, and then when one thing is done, then I just say done, and then we get back to where I was before that, which I always forgot. And now I still remember because I keep track of it. And I could do that without AI, of course. It seems that the AI is typically too stupid to even help me with that. But okay. It's now built into the use of opencode, unfortunately. I don't want to do a rewrite of it. So I'm using this screen with an AI in the background, at least to maintain my to-do lists. I have clearly no overview of how this works. think that's what it was doing. Debug object array. But this is a thread specific data. Is it? It's weird, man. Oh, wait a minute. It's not the whole debug object. It's just the thread specific data per debug object. Yeah, I would say you have to clean up that. I mean, it's only for this one thread, so why would you delay that? It's kind of weird. I don't get it. I just don't get why the delay is here. Well, the comment says I had to keep back a number of times in order to schedule our deinitialization as far as possible after other key destructor routines. Meaning that it just wants to be after key destructor. Oh, of course. It wants to be done after key destructor routines of this thread as well. So the same thread could do other key destruction routines, and those still need to be able to print debug output. But if we don't use pthread, then those no longer exist. I can imagine. This is nonsense. One of the bad things of opencode. There is no way to delete this text other than waiting until backspace got them all. don't get this code either. Is thread local the same as static? I mean, it returns a reference to something local, but it says thread local, so this thing I guess survives. Otherwise it would be a bit weird to return a pointer to it or a reference. But it does get destroyed at the end. So it's more like this thing here, thread local destructors. Murad can't, because I called my agent that. Opencode has 2 or 3 default agents and I disabled those. I replaced them with my own agents. Can cycle through them. I have Coda, which I mean, it's my system, yeah. I mean, this is totally different now than how Opencode normally works. But I run this in a container. With that, let me show you more how this works. This is the host, yeah. I mean, current working directory is in my home directory, and I have all permissions, like I can run sudo and everything. I can read everything. I can see my home directory. But Opencode is of course an application that they distribute, but my as with everything that I run, if I type something, it's not what it looks like. I mean, which VI? I mean, I just typed VI. Yeah, that actually runs this, which is not Vim. It just it's totally not Vim. It's this. It's a script which in the end runs endvim. Also here, Opencode. If I run Opencode, then actually I run CLE with this thing set to Opencode. So it's difficult stuff, yeah, but I'm not running Opencode really. Especially if I run Opencode shell, then I'm definitely not running opencode. What this is doing, it's running loads and loads of scripts that I wrote, and in the end we have dropped on a shell that runs in the same environment as the AI. So this is opencode, and that runs in the same environment as I am in now. If now I run pw, the present working directory, then you see what we are actually in optx4 and vme2 codecs. There is no codecs anymore, but well, legacy. I started with codecs. Workspace libcwd. There is no home directory anymore here. I have a project here, and a project is a GitHub, and in GitHub is the new Vim true screen editor, because I want to be able to run editor here with syntax highlighting. The rest of my home directory is non-existent in this container. And everything got bind mounted with heavy restrictions. We don't have internet here except to GitHub, for example. Only a limited amount of hosts are allowed. Only the current project is mounted. And I have a number of environment variables defined that I tell the AI to use. And those environment variables, for example, I have repo root, which is equal to the current directory, because that's the root of the repository. I also have plan root. And I can just use this both in the container and in the host, because if I do here echo, in the, oh no, not in the host, this is the host. If I do echo repo root here, then I get a different directory, but that contains the same stuff. Actually, it's exactly this directory that is being bind mounted here. So if you change the file here, then it gets changed in both things. It does have it's actually not even true. Let's see what mounts we have here. Grep space. Currently everything is read-only mounted. So I cannot change the workspace, I cannot change the plan root, I cannot change the repo root, it's read-only. I can change the build directory, it's read-write. And .xdg has to be read-write, otherwise certain things don't work. And the reason that is the case is because I don't know why that is the case. It's not the case for the coder here. If here I run mount grep workspace, then it has a read-write access to the repository root, but it cannot change the plan root. It's read only for the plan root. And if I switch to planner, then it also changed the permissions. Now the plan is read-write, but the repository root is read-only. It was very, very, very difficult to make this work. So that took me 2 months at least or so. I mean, the whole setup of this. But in the end now I have pretty fine control over what the AI can do and not. So if I want to ask it a question and I'm scared, well, I was often scared that I ask a question and then immediately it would start changing my code. Then I just switched to analyst. Analyst is read-only, read-only. So an analyst cannot make any changes, even if it tries to. It just can't. So this is completely safe in the sense that it just doesn't have write access to my hard disk. Yeah, that's a good question. How much time did you spend to write this AI rep? So I just guessed 2 months, but it could be more. And everything I did is online, if you are interested in it. So I have here, so go to, well, I can just go to I think this is the one. Let's start with the warning. This is a personal project, not necessarily intended to be used by others. Which basically means that forget it. If you want to understand this, you will not be able to understand it. Because, yeah, when writing this, I've only been interested in making it work and not making it understandable for other people. But at the same time, I have put a lot of time into documenting everything. So maybe it is understandable. Maybe I did document it because, I know that I will forget everything. So if in a half a year I need to work on this because something is not functional, then I need all the documentation I can get. I will not have, it will be as if I'm new for the first time look at this project, and then I need to be able to understand it. Okay, that was that 4 months ago here. Initial commit. Okay, so I've been working, I started 4 months ago, but I think I finished it let's say 2 months ago. Yeah. So 2 months is not a bad estimate for the time that I put into it. But it is definitely very, very difficult. I think if you get this and start reading and try to understand it with the help of an AI, then should take at least 2 months to understand everything. And then of course you have to update and change everything. I mean, yeah, you have home Carlo all over the place. Yeah, I think that the only one downside is that not everything is in here, because it's built on top of my environment system. So you really need, yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, I think I describe it. So you can find it back. So some environment files might be missing, but for example, in the current project, because I think this is a bit too strong. Because in the end, I try to add anything that is, yeah, probably required to understand how it works. So for example, here we have, I'm gonna leave this again, the print environment, only these two. The whole environment of this project libcwd exists of my project's environment plus the libcwd environment. And this one is in here. This is projects and source. So that is this one. Yep. Yeah, it's big though, but it's in here. And then of course this one you don't have, but it's, yeah, well, actually also annoyingly big. I think you would need at least one example of an environment file for a project, and it's not that difficult, but without an example. So I think that every project needs to set a workspace root, which is of course the root of the repository, but also becomes the root of the workspace for the AI. Actually, that's not true. This becomes a workspace root, yeah. And then on top of that, we have the repo base. So this / another libcwd is the repository root. This gets read-only bind mounted in the environment of the AI, and then this is the repo root, which is mounted read-write for the coder and read-only for the other agents. And then you want to have this if you use libcwd. And you can set CMake config and configure options, and then in the end you have to do run this bars function, which then sets up the rest of the environment based on mostly these two. And then I have a PRS and an S function that print the source code of that project. Yeah, think running C tags. And I define an alias for VI always, in which I set where to find the tags. The tags are generated in the build directory, so this I might as well move this to that project's env.source. Now think about it. It's so general now, so every project is the same. And these are just aliases for the tests that I used to have, which I no longer have. C. Oh, it's configuration. So S prints the source files and C prints the configuration files. Those functions are actually, if it is not a function, then I can't use it, so I might well delete this. At least the AI can only use functions. You cannot see aliases. What is the CWD library? Did you Google it? Let's see what Google thinks of what the libcwd is. Oh, here we have it. It even has my name in it. I had not expected this, but yeah, and again, 22 years ago. It was released 26 years ago. This is libcwd. Well, version 1 anyway. Version 2 is not released yet. Getting a bit tired. I want to do something else. Or I have just forgotten what I was doing. It's also possible. Oh wait, I remember. I was working on removing this. Yeah, damn it. Let's finish that. think it should just do this, and then if ever I get annoyed by not seeing debug output, then I'll add support for it afterwards. Support for seeing that debug output, because if I can't reproduce it, I can't write it, I think. Now, if I say to the AI over here, okay, do it, it has no idea what I'm talking about probably, because of all this shit. So I think that it explained this. This is what I want to do. Just clicking here. Revert undo messages. Did it undo something? I don't think it edited anything. It was an analyst. Then we delete that. And I switch to the coder. And I say, okay, implement this. The only thing you can rely on is that when it is done, and that will not take longer than a few minutes, it will configure, compile, and all the tests will still run. And then annoyingly, despite that, it's still often, you know, like, oh my god, what is this? The loss out of function, it created a function that said something like, let's see if I can reproduce it. Let's see, I think it was something like, I don't know anymore. So let's say something like that, which perfectly works. It compiles, it runs, it does exactly what the test needs, so the test succeed. And then if I ask it, I just copy pasted it and I said, what the fuck is this? And then it says, that's awkward code that could be patched. I mean, it's just, it knew that it was, you know, it's just really bad code. And then when I asked it, it said that it is the same as this. So it should have done that. But yeah, only after you point it out, you know. And I don't want to leave this kind of shit in my code, so you still have to go over it. Still working. Wow. It created a completely new README. Interesting. Let's read it. Don't have anything else to do anyway. The thread-specific data of libcwd currently June 2026 works as follows. A thread receives its stdst object lazily when it first calls a libcwd function that needs a thread-specific state. The storage for that object is C++ thread local storage owned by std tsdst instance, no pthread key. It still does it. I have somewhere in the codable text that it should not do stuff like this. Let's see if we can find it. Apparently it's not good enough. Can't find it back. Maybe I still didn't add it in. Strange. I thought I already changed that. Just something that's difficult to formulate. Weird that it is not there. I had a description about what a good comment is. And it's definitely not a good comment if it refers to something from the past that was deleted from the code. It should, well, this is not a comment above a function, of course, it's just a readme. So, but if this was a comment above a function, it should describe what the function is intended to do. So the idea behind the why of the function. And if the function is not doing something, then don't waste characters on it. So in this case it says no pthread key is created, and your sister is also not automatically called over the phone to tell her about the recipe of the apple cake. And there's lots of other things that are not being done. Who cares? The first call marks the object initialized before it initializes the libcwd subsystems. If that initialization path calls back into TSD instance, the recursive call therefore uses the same partially initialized object instead of starting a second initialization for the same thread. The first observed thread initializes only the threading part of its thread-specific data. Later threads additionally allocate and initialize the per debug object thread-specific data for the debug objects that already exist. When a thread exits, the C++ runtime destroys the thread local thread-specific data structure type. Its destructor releases per debug object TSD. Disables the corresponding debug object slots first, so recursive diagnostics do not reuse freed objects, and marks the persistent thread list entry as terminating. That all describes what the code already did, but that's, I guess, good, because we don't want to see that many changes. Portable C++ does not provide an equivalent. That's where we go again. Equivalent for old code, old. The old pthread trick that it's a readme, so maybe it's okay to refer to version 1 this way. Maybe it should say that the portable C++ code in version 2 does not provide an equivalent for the version 1 pthread trick that reinstalled a key several times to run libcwd cleanup after other pthread key destructors. Code that emits libcwd diagnostics from other thread local or native key destructors must therefore not rely on libcwd cleanup being delayed to the last possible native destructor iteration. Okay, anyway, it finished. Let me make that change. If I want to keep it, then I'll have to do it like this, I think. Yeah, well, as expected, it just makes changes and then it compiles and it runs and the tests work and probably all pthread stuff is now gone. Yep, absolutely no pthread underscore left in the code. And now we have to review it anyway. Well, just read that, I guess. Okay, whatever. I guess this was simply no longer used. And this is... we no longer have test if a pthread exists because this is not included. So also no reason to put that in the config file. Looks perfectly okay to me. And then of course that has to be removed here as well because you don't have that anymore. And then here it was removed as well. And since this no longer exists, it also changed. Not sure the comment makes any sense here. This is 8. The remark that we had said, watch out, it costs a lot of memory if you increase it. You know, like don't make it 1000 just because you feel like it. This, however, doesn't say anything about, that gives me a feeling about why I shouldn't increase it. Yeah, I don't think the amount of memory that is involved here is worth even mentioning. I can with this music. I am immediately, totally, completely distracted when there is something vocal in it. So if they sing, or even if there's a synthesizer with a human kind of vocal-ish sound. But this music is AI generated. It just goes on and on and on. I think I should give the link actually. I'm listening to that, which is, I don't know, 24 hours, 24/7 AI generated music of this kind. And no vocals, yay! I can turn it off if you want. What about these changes here in the comment? Turns on sanity checks. Nobody knows what it's talking about. Probably debug CW debugs underscore debug T. And on sanity check clearly are in cancellation points. We don't have cancellation points anymore, so that's good that it removed that. The check tests if cancellation has been explicitly further disabled in a critical area, no cancellation point to call it in critical blah. Okay, okay. It's not even related to the current change, but yeah, I had removed that, so the comment was wrong. Let's look at the header. Which header? This demangle has nothing to do with what we're doing, so that should be a short one. Very short. Apparently I thought that C limits was missing here. Okay. If you say so. I do what I want, yeah. If it's always fun, I'm not sure, likely, but well, it's starting to be picky on my includes. Voor de strul in. I'll do this in. Oh. Str. Really? Sys type storage? Holy wide. Yeah. Well, I guess it's not used. Well, it was used. Well, it's assigned. We don't use it, and I don't have to assign it. and it's not used. Okay, let's not assign this then. Why would I use the TID and not the PID? Initialize, assign. This thread get IDs. Using the TID now for that. What? Oh, that is a thread ID. Yeah, of course. Right. Where was the other one? Already looked at this one, huh? All this initialization, the defensive coding, it calls it. Bullshit. Did it kick out my memset or something? Where would that happen? To remove something. Yeah, okay. In that case, it is necessary. Alt backspace. Oh my god, Alt backspace, it is. Thanks, man. That's gonna save a lot of time. Hello, Kyle. Long time no see. I have no idea that I ever saw you. Hi, yeah, no, that name. I would never forget that name, ever. Yeah, I didn't broadcast for a long time. I think it's all good actually. There's more or less. At least no big stupidities anymore. Or at all. The only problem that remains, of course, is that you know, don't have this delay anymore. So still trying to wrap my head around that. Delayed deinitialization, that is. I guess we'll never know. It looks a little bit weird though. Looks a little bit weird. Maybe we should just look at the resulting code instead of the div. This thing is an aggregate. No, it cannot be because there's a destructor. There's a compiler generated default. A default constructor. And I guess it is initialized with screate. Basically, yes. Everything is set to false, like A0. This one is not initialized. Well, actually, I think that has a default constructor. That's why I couldn't memset it. The rest is filled with zeros now. Well, that one isn't. Okay, a default constructed iterator that is called initialized. I don't think so. This type is just a standard list. The thread eater is not initialized. Therefore we have to fill it. Okay. That is initialized. The rest is initialized as in set to 0-ish. And then we have I think a thread local constructed. Well, this is a new here. There's also a thread local thing or not? Might as well look for a thread local. There's a thread local pointer. So they all live on the heap then. I get it. You could make this a non-pointer, but then it would also destruct the thing for the main thread, which once it should be avoided. So we're using a pointer so that it doesn't get destructed by default, and then we get to choose when to destruct it at the moment that this thing is destructed. And then we don't destruct it if the current thread is the main thread. Which you can see here. If this thing is destructed, then that thing is, well, destructed or deleted. Which first destructed and then deleted. Except when it is the main thread. Pretty sure this is using the fact that this is 0 initialized. Much in the same sense as when it would be static or just global. It is global, of course. It's constant initialized to 0 before any assembly instruction runs. No, that's not possible. You need a new one, of course, per thread. But it's probably initialized to 0 before the thread runs then anyway. So this test should be safe. And then when this thing is called, it's constructed the first time. This makes sure that this thing exists, aka is constructed. Apparently. So that yeah, the thread that calls this will also get it destructed upon thread exit. If we already defined, then we just return reference to it. Otherwise, if the main thread exists, yeah, well, I don't know. Let's read this as the main thread is not calling new. Instead, it's returning main thread TSD. But I would say that will only work if it's guaranteed that main thread TSD is already set before this is being called by the main thread. And this is like first use thingy, so where is this defined then? And it is defined here. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I think the AI has some explaining to do here. I cannot really wrap my head around it. Why is my test suit not catching this? It's annoying. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I'm gonna ask anyway. Gonna state it the very first time that he is called. It is called by the main thread. One. My background, so I have no idea what I have as background. Just is always covered. Most definitely nothing inspirational. Let's see if we can find it. That's what I have. Yeah, I always have everything full screen, so I don't see it. Yeah, be silent. Oh, it's magic. Let's begin this fucking up the code. Delete the whole function. Fuck, bad function. Oh, God, I got mad. Quick, delete the code before. Now what? Function is still deleted. Yeah. So not the other way around, or this is a knot missing here? Ah, right. Well, actually, it is correct. Yeah. I mean, the amount of comments is already not worth this if anymore. I would rather just delete it. Okay. There was something else though. I don't see it anymore. Yeah, we did not write a new one. Just replace the text and readme threads. I was already surprised that it added a date. It just changed the date that I had. Or whatever. Now, what other thread things are left that need to be need any refactoring, if at all, anything? We have a threads list. That is added to an add current thread being called. It happens when threading TSD is being called. It is being called from sCreate. In other words, the first time that instance is being called. It probably happens whenever any thing is called, or is it? Well, what's the most likely thing that it would be called? Calling on, I think. On the debug, on a debug channel or debug object. Channel. So this is being called pretty early, and then the very first thing in a thread, I mean, the very first thing is this macro, which calls instance. So that's totally correct. And then the other one was debug channel also begins with this. So yeah, the instance is just basically the first thing that is being called. This thing. And then that is always false, and then this is false or true, I don't care. Now we create a new TSD, which allocates memory, but thank God we don't have to take that into account anymore. Also doesn't have any special constructors. I think it just thread ID, yeah. Default constructor means, I think, no thread or something like that. Probably also all zeros. That then calls thread list instance, and here we call debug TSD init first. It allocates a new debug TSD ST and initializes it. That is per debug channel, I guess. Or no, what is this? All debug objects, yeah, sorry, for all debug objects. Debug object thread specific data. Is the initialized globals deleted from the code like weeks ago? Okay, a week ago. Why is it still looking for that? This whole session was started after that it was already deleted. SBMB, you want me to think more out loud. It's a bit difficult because I'm not really thinking in words most of the time. I can try, but then it's going to take a lot more time then, because I have to translate everything, I think, into something that is more English. For example, now I'm just staring at my screen, seeing the nice colors here, and then thinking something like, this is code. What was my question again? Yeah, okay, yeah, the question was about that. Okay, it probably answered that. Correct. Debug TSD init allocates per debug object that specific data. In Dutch. But its intended use is for a newly observed non-first thread. For the first thread, per debug object TSD is allocated by each debug CT NS init itself. It says there is another call to new grep source, Control Shift V, because I copied it from the AI. And indeed we see two of them, so it's probably right. And then one of them must be what I was missing. No, I have to go back because I cannot remember what it was. Well, this one it shows both of them. So now we still don't know. Oh, wait a minute, actually this one. So I need that one, which uses not debug object. So this one is the one that I was missing. Only the first thread should be initializing debug CT objects. Well, no, not really. The question is, in what order do we arrive here? The main thread most likely is not calling on, turning a debug object or a debug channel on, but more likely it is the first thing it's doing is it's constructing a debug object or a debug channel instead of turning it on. And that very, very likely happens before that we turn it on, because you can't turn it on if it's not constructed yet. And I think that the constructor will call this NS init, where NS stands for not shared, I think. As in, it's, I don't know, I wrote this like 26 years ago, 25 years ago, you know, longer, decades ago. And I had I can't find the word, sorry. To say other ... in life. I don't do abbreviations anymore, and the reason is that, yeah, 20 years later, I have no idea what it means. I think ST here stands for single-threaded, and then the W in front of it means that it's being written to single-threaded. But then single-threaded means not that it's single-threaded, it means that there is not written to until there is written to, and then there is only written to once by one thread, while there is no other threads, or there is no risk that other threads are even reading it. So I think it's one thread, one thread, one thread. Then this is being written to, and then only after that other threads might be reading it. That's the WST. What the NS means, I don't know. I think not shared. Not shared would then mean, well, what's the difference between not shared and single threaded? Why is it not just ST? I have no clue. Especially when the NS calls an ST function. And the initialize globals is still there. I thought I really deleted it. Oh, it's still, oh no, never mind. This was calling something that was deleted. But we still need to initialize all the debug channels, because we might get here before these objects are constructed. So I think the constructor of each debug channel here is, for example, core or fatal, etc., is trivial. So the constructor itself doesn't do anything. But the memory location exists, and NS initialized is done writing to that memory location, initializing it. And we do that upon the first call to an ST initialize globals. So if this thing is now being constructed, and then we get here, then we initialize all debug channels, not just the one that's being constructed at that moment. And we do that at the beginning of the first one that is constructed. So yeah, in the end, the hope is that all those global objects, debug channels and debug objects are initialized before first use. So this is definitely the main thread then, because the main thread is obviously at some point going to construct the first debug channel, or the libcwd_do debug object. No, ST is definitely not setup. The T is definitely thread. I used it to get a feel for what it meant, the object, the functions, in terms of the multi-threading. I mean, if you look at the whole library is multi-threaded, and then if you look at a certain function thinking, well, it must be multi-threaded, it must be thread safe because it's a multi-threaded library. And then you see all kinds of very confusing things. But then if there is an ST in front of it, then you can read it in a different way. No. ST is definitely single-threaded. I'm just not sure anymore what the NS means. I think not shared, but I'm not sure. The ST is single-threaded, I'm sure of that. But don't copy this. It's a bad habit. I do things totally different now. Anyways, so the thing is that the very first thread, that's the main thread, comes here and starts initializing the shit out of libcwd. It's like the very first code of the library that is being executed at all. And then it allocates a debug tsdst, which is the thread specific data of debug object. And it uses not any debug object. We have a whole array with, I think, size 8. And every new debug object puts itself in a default position by index in a random order, namely the order in which they are constructed. So it just depends on the linker, which order the global. These are all global objects. So global objects are horrible. What else? The user can also add more debug objects and as global variables, and then you don't know in which order they are initialized. But they assign themselves in order because they are all constructed by one thread, the main thread, because they are global. They assign themselves a certain index here, which is just incremented every time the next one gets here. So this is maybe per. This is debug object. It's initialization of a debug object. So we don't know in which order they are being constructed, if the user defined those things as well, but the library itself only has one debug object. So we do get here at least once, and maybe more often. And then the first one gets 0 as index. This must be a member variable. These days I give all member variables an underscore at the end. Not so here. So directly after assigning the index, that is being allocated and initialized. In this thread specific data object. Now where does that come from? That comes from here. I just can't believe that this special casing for the main thread is necessary. I think I can just delete this here and then have it already done. Why would this init need to happen after all this? Well, the only reason I actually can think about is that we don't know that index until we get here. So maybe the problem is that it can't be done for the main thread because we don't know the index yet until we get here. But we do need the thread specific data, because it has to be passed to this function. So if you look at where NSInit is being called, suppose here, debug objects is another NSInit. How many NSInits do I have? Could be a different object, of course, but different class. Man, I have a lot of them. Yeah, I just call it often, I think. For example, this one is just called when, oh my god, we are executing code of libcwd. Things better be initialized. And then I call ensure initialization, and that then calls this in case it would not have been called yet. Not super interesting, maybe. Let's pick another one. Let's pick this one. What? Recursive? Okay, now I'm confused. I thought that st initialize globals was called from NSInit, or was that st init? Being initialized return false. Being initialized is true. Oh, and here it calls st initialize globals. That's what I mean. So debug ct NSInit calls does not set this yet. If it is not set, then we don't return false, but we call st initialize globals. That initializes all the debug channels and then calls NSInit again on the debug. What? No, that's where I just came from. And that then immediately returns, because this was already set. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I definitely missed that this might not be that object. So like I said, the user can define debug object. If those would be initialized or constructed first, then this would not be that object. In that case, it is needed. Well, yeah, and then AI is useful because typing this question to the AI and then reading this is a lot faster than when I had to convince myself with just the code. Unfortunately. I guess I am just way more stupid than I used to be, but still. Right now it helps me, I think. That's for sure, because... Okay. I'm happy with the way it works then, no? I think it's time to call it a day. It's almost midnight. Still not sure if I have finished the current point. Refactor all the threading internals. I could also ask the AI that. Murat, yeah, I'm definitely ultra skeptic, but I'm using it every day, so I'm trying to make it useful. So my idea is that no matter what you ask it, it gives an answer that sounds self-secure, as if told by an expert who knows what they are doing. But the quality of the answer is dubious. You know, you have no idea if it is correct or not. So it takes a lot of time to wade through everything it does, because you have to check it. That is why I did put a lot of time on from the beginning, almost, while rewriting version 2 of this library into test suite. A lot of time went into porting all the tests that I had to a good new test suite using C test. But even then, you know, I can now make tests, and then it runs, well, currently 25 tests, and it tests a lot of stuff. It definitely tests everything that I tested before in my test suite. But it doesn't test everything, of course, like little special cases, race conditions that might occur. This is more like the bulk. The API works, you know. It's not, compilation is not broken, or things that are literally documented as being part of the API are still there and doing more or less what the documentation says that it does. But since it is a multi-threaded library, it's not that easy to be 100% sure that it is completely robust under load, multiple threads and stuff. So no, I'm despite this test suite, I'm not feeling very sure about robustness of the library. I think it must have done a step back, I think, in that regard, unfortunately. And it's hard to test. I'll just have to start using it, and then maybe some point I'll run into a problem, as I did with the previous version, like literally over years. So I wrote it here, and then that just didn't work. It had to release every month something else. 2001 still, 2001, 2001, 2002, a whole shitload of 2002, 2003, a few, 2004, still quite a lot. But okay, I wasn't even at version 1.0. 2004, 3, 2005, 3, 2006, 2, 2007, 2, 2008, 1, and that was the 1 release. So now I felt it was done, stable. But then, while using it myself, I found a few bugs, and I had to do a new release in 2009. And then in 2010 there was another release. This fixes the problem that occurred with initialization of libcwd with the latest libc, because that calls DL open before calling malloc at all. So I was relying on the fact that malloc would be called before DL open, and then libc changed, and that was no longer the case. That of course is not tested in your test suite here, you know, when libc is still doing the other way. You only discover that later. But okay, that was 2010. Then I did not have a release for 6 years. By the time I did release that, it was only to catch up with changes in GCC version 5 and 6, as well as the release of Dwarf 4, which became the new standard. So before that, I guess I only supported Dwarf 3. So it is a maintenance update that was really necessary, not really a bug fix. Now here there was another bug fix. Fixed address location lookup in position independent code executables. I don't know, it's probably also, I can't remember, but it was an obscure bug that you don't test that. You don't find that with the test suite test. Yeah, it's very old, very, very old, this thing. And I'm much older, because I remember that there was a prediction by Nostradamus that the world would be rescued from a worldwide fire by aliens, by Nostradamus. And he had made a lot of predictions, and most predictions are come true. Well, at least my brother told me that. And this one is still in the future. So you are like, oh, well, 2000. Well, that's very, very far away. But calculate. I think I'm still alive in 2000. So yeah, you know, I couldn't imagine the future that far ahead because it was really, really far in the future. But I should be still alive. So I guess we'll see. That was my feeling about the year 2000, that it was immensely far in the future. Unimaginably far. I don't know when maybe was a teenager at that time. So let's say that was in the late 1970s, say 1980 maybe. That was only 20 years later, so my life would be double. Say I was 20 in 2084, so I was younger than 20. Say I was 16, and then it would still take 20 more years before the year 2000 would come. And that felt like an eternity. Longer than I had been alive. And ever since we reached 2000, I feel old, like really old, because that super far date in the future is now behind me. I reached it. I must be old. And fuck, now we are 26 years beyond that. It's unbelievable. And so time goes on. In 20 years from now, I'll probably be death is near. Probably won't be able to code anymore even, so. Yeah, and then at some point life just ends. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Yeah, what can you do? Let's live just one day at a time, I guess. I don't know how to write it. Nostradamus, yeah. I think I'm gonna go to bed, okay? Prophecies, yeah. So Nostradamus claimed to base his published predictions on judicial astrology. I'm not into astrology or believing that at all. Yeah, whatever. Hey, good night. I'll continue tomorrow with this work on libcwd, I guess. No, I'm not religious. Not anymore. It took a lot of intellect to free me from the brainwashing given by my parents. But in the end, I reasoned me out of it by pure logic. Okay, good night.